And I'll go to the other one, the web page, and go live stream. You can just type, everyone in there so they got, can they see it? I don't have none of my CDA books. Well, that still should be in your car. Well, what? Okay. Are we up? Tell them to hit live. Go to the Holy Temple website. Go under YouTube and hit live. Or hit say again. All right. You just give me a little music in the background just to hear. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me? Is that thumbs up? Is that yes? No? They can hear me? Good. Okay. Um, I would like us also to start preparing for our professional portfolio. Um, how many of you all have your binders already? Should be everyone. If you have your binders, just let us know online. How many of you all are doing your modules online? You need 60 hours. How many of you are doing them modules? And if you know how many hours you have, type in the hours that you have. If you look into your books, if you look into your uh, essential, I think it's your essential book, um, it would give you my CDA professional portfolio. Let me know when you see that. My CDA professional portfolio. You should see a detailed description on pages 12 through 20 for the detailed explanation. But with inside the book, you should see a professional portfolio um, checklist is detailed. It has candidate's name and it also has the candidate's ID number. Okay. Tell all of them if they would be kind enough to give up their email address and their OPIN number. We'll write it down. We'll go into your account and we'll drop the portfolio. We'll drop everything in there. OPIN. All right. Did everyone find my CDA professional portfolio? Should be in your essentials workbook. It may even be in your it'll be in your essential handbook. Let me know when you have it. Anyone's letting me know that they have it. Yes. Ask Sydney what page did she find that on for everyone else can go to it. Sydney, what page did you find that on that everyone else may go to it and find it also? Did you find it in your essentials book? I don't have mine with me. Okay. So everyone can see that. They know it's on page 111. Everyone has it. Everyone has it. If you haven't, say got it. Okay. Um, your your CDA um, workbook. This is the book that I've been telling you all about. This is the book that has all the information. This is the book that I'm going to come verify to make sure that you have everything that you need before you can get a verification visit, whether it's from me or someone else, but 99% of the time it will be me. But we need to make sure we have this book filled out. So on your professional portfolio, that first sheet you will put in a cover sheet, and that will be the first sheet in your book. The next thing that you will have in your book will be, as you're reading this with me, is your summary of CD education. That means, whatever classes you have taken, the certificates that you got, your CPL 1, 2, or 3, whichever one that you may have. Any kind of certificate that you have that has to do with child care or any type of official documentation, like, college, degrees or classes that you took on, certificates or anything that has to do with child care that you have accomplished, you want to put in there. High school diploma. So that'll be your first tab in your book, and it will say the summary of my high school education. And I think you will also find that in the essential book also, and it says summary of my CDA education. So you'll put in your training certificates, your transcripts, high school diplomas, college degrees, anything that has to do with that. The next section will be your family questionnaire. I need 3 to 5 family questionnaires. These are sheets that you give your family to your that you would give to your parents to have them to fill them out. In the CDA Essentials book, there's a family questionnaire summary sheet. It'll tell how many that you gave out, to tell how many you collected. And you want to look at patterns when you do this family questionnaire or trends. And what happens is in the family questionnaire, you want to see your greatest strengths or your greatest weaknesses, and then we want to work on the weaknesses because if we're already strong in it, then we don't have to touch it. Then we talk about areas for professional growth. Now, in this book, there's a thing called a reflective dialogue. This is your third part of your book. It's about 10 parts to this book. what it is called reflective dialogue worksheet, and you'll see that in your essential book. And I believe as you go through my CDA professional portfolio, it'll tell you exactly where you can find these at in your essential book. But now, after you get to that point, in D, it'll say resource collections. They'll say RC11, RC12, RC13. And these are just some collective items that you need. And then after that, in D, you'll see your first competency statement. So our book should be made up to this point before we go any farther. So what I'm going to need you all to do is let's do the first A, B, C, D part of the book. So every time we come back together, when we get ready to go to E, we can go to E. Now remember this, when you fill out this, your portfolio or your binder, as you continue to get other information for your class, say if you happen to be online and you see some information that tells you how to handle ruly preschoolers. So you look at it, you read it, it's some great material. You say, yes, I like that, I like that. You print that off and you take it in the back of the book, which is a resource corner. In the back of this book, you're going to have a resource corner. So every time you find something that helps you become a better teacher, you put it in your resource corner. So as you put it in your resource corner, it should pile up. Or as you taking anecdotes, right? You're taking notes from your children. I saw this, I observed this, I tried this, it didn't work, I tried this, it did work, I tried this, now that works. You want to put that back in your resource corner. Because I promise you, after you get that one kid that you just thought was a hellion, or you just thought gave you the Dickens, but then you find out how to do it. Because the biggest thing in the daycare is repetition. You have to be repetitive in the things that you do, and you have to have a trend. Let me give you a story. I've been going to school for the last 3.5 years to get my master's, and I'm getting another subject because I already did my early childhood education. So I'm doing it in another subject as far as counseling is concerned. So I've been going to school for 3.5 years. So I got one semester left. I got 16 weeks left. Yahoo! I'm happy. You know, everyone says you just like going to school. And really, that's not it. I mean, I like learning stuff, but it's not really, I just like to be a professional student. Because without putting what you learn, what was the whole point of going, right? So we're on the last part of school, and the business office called and said, you know, and then all my financial aid and everything had ran out. I went to the bank, I borrowed some money, you know, and they gave me the okay, so we paid the school. Everybody's happy. I went to semester check-in, no problem. So the business office called, and they tell me, well, we can't see where you paid anything. Well, I just did semester check-in, which checks in everything to make sure you can get into class, because without semester check-in, you can't go to class. So everything, you know, checked out. Everybody was good. I was in class 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks, and so they still said they couldn't see my payment, so they cut me off of Canvas. Canvas is a platform where you see all your homework. You go in, you know, you submit your homework, you know, you upload everything through Asynchronous, okay? So I couldn't get it back on. I called the business office. They said, we can't see your payment. So by the time they found it and got it together, because on their end they made a mistake, it was 10 days. So they called me back, said, talk to your professors, let them know what happened. They shouldn't have a problem letting you back in, and, you know, you go ahead and finish. Well, unfortunately, one of my classes was Greek. And to be in a Greek class, you would have to study for 4 hours a day, 4 hours a day. So we're already 10 days out. So I'm already 40 hours in the hole, and there's no way in the world I can catch up. And I told them I can't catch up with that. So what they did is they cut me out of spring, out of fall quarter or fall semester. They cut me out. They did not penalize me. They did not charge me. They did not make me pay for it. They just said, "Hey, it's our fault, no problem." I said, "Okay." So I said, "Hey, I'm gonna take this 16 weeks, and I'm gonna take care of some business I need to take care of. When springtime come, I'll go back and I'll finish what I had to do." Now the other problem was they didn't have Greek until the next fall. Well, I did not want to wait another year and prolong my graduation for another year because I've already been there 3.5 years, and I don't want to be there 4.5 years. So I went to another university. I took the Greek. Well, I'm taking the Greek. Once I finish, I will submit it to them. They would accept it, and then I'm still okay to graduate. So right now, I got 5 weeks left before I graduate. But now this is almost summer. I'm still in spring, right? So now I'm in spring, and I'm having such the hardest time to finish off, one class. I'm having such a hard time. And the reason that I'm having such a hard time because my rhythm is off. I've been doing it for 3.5 years in rhythm. And then they gave me a break, you know, unprecedented. I didn't want the break. It just happened. I accepted it. I went forward. So now we're coming back to do, my homework. Today, as I stand, I'm 3 weeks behind. I'm going to catch up with 2 weeks, and probably tomorrow I'll catch the other one up. And so now I'm just studying to get a grade instead of studying to know. What happens with us in the daycare field is you have to keep your rhythm. You have to keep your rhythm. Do not go through this class just to study to get your CDA and not know, because you won't do you won't do your children, you won't do your employer any justice. You won't. So I want you all to study this. Even when we're not here on Saturday, sometime during the week, I need you to put some time in. And that's why you're doing the 60 hours online, that you can put your time in. Because without your 60 hours, we can't verify you. You're going to have these 60 hours. Do not get out of rhythm. Do not get out of rhythm. Stay in rhythm. If you stay in rhythm, you're going to do, quite okay. So let's go back over your CDA professional portfolio. You'll have this sheet will be the first sheet in your binder. The second sheet will be your sheet with all your education, your certificates, and documents that has something to do with early childhood education that makes you look good as a CDA candidate, as a professional. Then we're going to have family questionnaires. You will find that in the Essentials book. You make some copies. You send them out to the parents that's in your room. You'll have them filled out, right? Because I think if you can't find family questionnaires in the book, I know they're in there, but you also can get them from your manager, your director. Then there's a reflective dialogue worksheet. They want you to complete the boxes A and B. Then there's a resource collection, resource 1, resource 2, resource 3. We will go over that together. And then your competency statement, which is going to be on your learning environment. Today is going to be the last one on the learning environment. We have missed a couple of sessions. That's okay. Nothing really hard about it. You can just read your learning environment. We'll go over what we think that you should have, and we'll call it a day. And then once we get to competency statement 1, we'll collect for the next session. And then we'll add them in our book. And we should be looking pretty good. Any questions? Any questions? Everybody good? Okay. If you're good, say okay. If you're good, say okay. Type in okay if you're good. If you understand what I'm saying, say we okay. Yeah. During this course, there's some times I'm just going to pop out and I'm going to do CDA exam questions. CDA exam questions. But I want you to know what's going to be on your CDA exam because I'm going to have you all, as we get halfway through this, when you get your 60, when you get, now this should excite you, when you get your 60 credit hours online, I'm going to have you go take your CDA exam. That way, when I verify you that night, that morning, you will have your CDA. So after you get your 60 hours of CDA online classes, I'm going to have you go get your CDA. Your CDA exam questions deal with the following sections, okay? Because they want you to focus on, this is your focus on your CDA. They want you to focus on your functional area, which would be safe. So remember we did that already, our safe, health, now we're in our learning environment. So the big thing is they're going to talk to you about is safety. They're going to talk to you about being healthy. And then they're going to talk to you about cognitive behavior. So their functional areas is safe, healthy, cognitive, right? The other area is, the other functional area is communication, self, and program management. CDA, remember, stands for Child Development Associate. We have 6 competency statements we need to write. To establish and maintain a safe, healthy, and learning environment is 1. To advance physical and intellectual competence is 2. If you're in your book, you'll probably find that on page 123. I'm reading it out of the infant book. You can find it on page 23 in the glossary of terms. 3 is to support social emotional development and to provide positive guidance. 4, to establish positive and productive relationships with families. 5, to ensure a well-run, purposeful program responsive to particular needs. 6, to maintain a commitment to professionalism. Now, one of the issues that I find in my daycare constantly is that everybody is worried about what everybody else is doing. That is an ingredient for disaster. That is an ingredient for termination, to get terminated. Do not worry about what other people are doing in the daycare center. You hold down your part. If you're an infant teacher, your only concern is the infant room. Your only concern is to be the best infant teacher or the infant professional that you can be. Do not worry about what everybody else is doing. Do not get caught up with daycare chatter and gossip. Do not get caught up in that. Remember, the areas for the CDA exam is safe, healthy, cognitive, communication, self, and program management. Them are the 6 things that we're going to live in, because when you take your test, most of it's common sense. You take your time, you read it, you breathe, woosah, and you give the best answer as a professional that you know how to give. and then we are in good shape. Any questions so far? Any questions? No questions? So when I ask you, just say no. No. Excuse me. Allergies. What I'm going to do from here, I'm going to give you an opportunity to see what type of questions that they ask. That they ask in your on your test. And we're going to just see where you at as a professional. We're going to see where you at in answering these questions. So that means, Miss Candace, I need you to get your phone, get your microphone that's hot. You'll see the green light at the top. You're not listening. Ma'am, if you would, you got it on? And I'm trying to help. Hello, hello. I'm trying to help. If you look at the top of the board, and when you tap it, the green light should come on. Just you don't have to touch no buttons. Just tap it and look at the green button. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, pardon me. That probably help one.
I didn't turn it on. Okay, I'm good now. That's your reading.
You're killing me.
Like what?
You got blonde hair.
Oh, I do sometimes. I have blonde hair sometimes.
All right. So,
Oh, oh, your thing's slow. Okay, it's fine. It's just delayed.
absolutely. Okay, folks. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this section of the class. We're going to go through all of these. It's going to take us probably an hour or so. but I want to give you an ideal of what the CDA test is. Okay? Um, I want you all to be prepared to answer this question. Here we go. You have a little girl in your class whose parents are divorcing. While her parents seem to be handling everything okay, the parental grandmother who picks up regularly is not. She often wants to chat negatively with you about the former daughter-in-law. She has no problem talking in front of her granddaughter and uses language that is not appropriate for the child to hear. What should you do? You got a girl that's in your class, you have a child, little girl that's in your class, and her mom and dad are divorcing. They're handling it okay, but the grandmother, the man's mother, is not liking what is going on, and so she's talking very negatively to you about that situation in front of the granddaughter. She always spazzing on how she don't like her ex-daughter-in-law, and her son should have never married her, and she wasn't a good mother, and she was woo, 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 and then, her son was too good for her anyway, and y'all know how that talk goes when you're the mother, when you're the daughter-in-law. You know how that goes. So what should you do? Here's your choices. Call the child's mother and tell her the awful things that her former mother-in-law is saying about her. You can snitch. Number 2, meet with both parents and explain what you have been experiencing. Talk with them and how important it is to support their daughter and avoid having her to hear these awful kind of conversations. 3, tell the child's grandmother to stop gossiping. You do not appreciate it. 4, tell the child's father his mother can no longer pick up your student. What do you think is the correct answer? Call the mother, talk to both parents, tell the child's grandmother to stop gossiping, or tell the child's father your mother is a mess. Which one do we do?
Number 2.
I got number 2.
We got a whole bunch of number 2s.
Number 2s? Okay. The correct answer is, drum roll, meet with the parents and explain to them what you've been experiencing. Number 2, talk with them how important it is to support their daughter and to avoid hearing these kind of crazy conversations. In order to maintain the trust of both parents, it is important to share the information with the both of them and work with them to come to a reasonable solution. When you have 2 parents involved, you always want to have both of them. No single sessions, because one will surely say that you said something that you didn't say, and you will lose the confidence of that one parent, and you won't have a great relationship. So that's one of the questions that you will hear on on the CDA test. So what I'm going to do now is we'll have Miss Candace to come, and I got the CDA questions. I got the exam right here, and we're going to give you an idea. You're going to need your phone so you can talk to them.
Okay.
I know you're good, but I don't think you're that good.
Okay.
So she's going to come, and she's going to read the stack I gave her. We want to hear you. You'll be able to see their response on that. So she's going to read, and she's going to hear your response. I'm going to sit here in the back and look at you all to see who's really paying attention and who's really not. And we're going to go from there. So here's Candace. Let's say Yahoo! Yay!
Want to pull it up for me?
What are you doing? Why are you back here?
I'm pulling up the stuff.
Okay, but why are you back here?
Did you need my phone to pull it up?
I don't need your phone.
You can see?
I'm right here. The phone is for you, because when you talk to them, how do you know what they're going to say?
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah, okay, how about that? How you know what they gonna say?
Because I'm online. Yeah, I want to say praise the Lord, everybody. It's terrible. Okay, are we prepared? Church dot info. Technology is terrible. All
Yeah, yeah,
right,
yeah. Okay.
we good.
Yeah,
Okay.
you put the mic in the handle if you want to.
Oh, good. Makes my life easier. Okay, can everybody hear me? Can't lift it. Hold still. Okay, we ready. Okay, great. So, competency statement. Here we go. Of the CDA certification standards states that educators are required to maintain a commitment to professionalism. This reflects Functional Area 13, professionalism. When writing the statement, you will include in your professional portfolio to include examples and indicators which are provided in your competency standard book.
Do me a
B,
favor. I'm sorry. Do me a favor.
yes, sir.
Hit the question again. Make sure that we understand what you're saying,
Okay.
and then give us the choice of
Okay.
what we have.
Okay, gotcha.
Because I don't know what you just said.
Okay, wonderful. Competency statement was V1 to 11.
Pardon me?
Competency state V1 in
That's six.
numericals. Six.
Company
Okay.
six.
Okay. Competency statement number 6 of the CDA certification standards states that educators are required to maintain a commitment to professionalism. This reflects Functional Area 13, which is professionalism. When writing the statement, you will include your professional portfolio. That's what it says. To include a
Hold
example.
on, hold on. So that's the question. Y'all all got the question. The question is in competency statement number 6. That's going to be your last competency statement. It's going to be talking about professionalism. Okay, that's in function area 13. That's my favorite part of the book for you to be a professional. So when your customers or your clients are cussing you out, you don't cuss back. When they rude as heck, you do not be rude as heck either. So it says here it is. You got to you got to continue professional development in these veins. And so what they're going to do is give you a choice of what that means. And so now she's going to give us the choices.
So here are our choices. Is it choice A, examples and indicators which are provided in your competency standard book? B, several examples of what happens in your particular program. C, a paragraph explaining your general understanding of professionalism. Or D, examples of standards for good program organization in any program.
Now read the question again.
All right. Competency statement number 6 of the CDA certification standard states that educators are required to maintain a commitment to professionalism. This reflects function this reflects functional area number 13, which is professionalism. When writing the statement, you will include in your professional portfolio, and then it gives us the examples, the questions. I'm sorry, it gives us the answers again.
So in other words, out of what she's getting ready to tell you, what goes into your binder? Which one of these go into your binder? What's the first one?
The first one is A, examples and indicators which are provided in your competency standards book. B, several examples of what happens in your particular program. C, a paragraph explaining your general understanding of professionalism. Or D, examples of standards for good program organization in any program.
All right, folks, let's hear it. I got a C on someone. What does C say?
C is a paragraph explaining your general understanding of professionalism. I
Okay.
got three C's.
I got four C's.
Okay, mine might be adding some.
Okay. And look at y'all trying to act like y'all know what y'all
One,
doing.
two, three.
So what is the answer?
The answer is several examples of what happens in your particular program.
And which one is that?
That is B. So it says, in this area, a paragraph which describes the specific ways you promote professionalism in your program and work. Several examples from your particular program should be included in the 500-word paragraph. The applicant should detail processes and procedures which reflect your professionalism and the professional development activities in which he or she is participating.
So what is number C?
It is actually B.
Huh?
It's
No,
B.
but what is it after?
Oh, what is
num-
C? C is a paragraph explaining your general understanding of professionalism.
So did y'all hear that? Y'all was right in the paragraph, but then it said that your general understanding. But in the answer, which is B, right?
Yes.
B says what?
B says several examples of what happens in your particular program.
Several examples what happened in your particular program, not having a general understanding. Keep reading.
Um, in this area, a paragraph which describes the specific ways
So the paragraph was right, but it's going to describe the specific ways of what?
you promote professionalism in your program.
Of how you how you promote professionalism in your program. Because remember, it's talking about competency statement 6. Remember, it's talking about professionalism. Y'all said C, a general understanding. So a general understanding is not the answer. It's about you're promoting your professionalism. So you see paragraph, and you went straight for the juggler. But B also had a paragraph too, and it's just talking about what's going on in your program and professional part. Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Yes? I got one yes. I got two yes, three yes. Come on, princess. Four yes. Okay. Y'all see how you got to sit down and think about what's being said. Because we all know we're writing a 500-word paragraph, right? We all know that. But we're not doing it over general stuff. We're doing it over professionalism. So that's a good wake up right there. So now you all are on your tippy toes now, because now you're gonna focus a little bit better. Because here we go. Give me another one.
All right. Second one. Child care professionals should be advocates for the needs of children and their families. Caregivers who work with English language learners, or ELL, are bilingual children should. Is it A, seeks to clarify issues related to language learning and bilingualism within the program? B, advocate for single language program for all children? C, separate language and cultural identity from the program? Or D, teach children solely in the primary language?
Okay, give us the question again.
The question is, child care professionals should be advocates for the needs of children and their families. Caregivers who work with English language learners, or ELL, or bilingual children should. Is
So if
it
you're working with,
bilingual children?
bilingual children or
Um,
English,
English language learners, or ELL.
right? You should what?
You should A, seek to clarify issues related to language learning and bilingualism within the program. B, advocate for single language program for all children. Let me start over. Is it A, seek to clarify issues related to language learning and bilingualism within the program? B, advocate for a single language program for all children. C. Separate language and cultural identity from the program. Or D. Teach the children solely in their primary language.
All right, let me hear from you. Let me hear from you. Let me hear from you. Come on, Princess. Come on, Princess. Princess says D.
Okay.
Beck Beck says D. Come on, Maddie. Come on, Sydney. Sydney says D. This is gonna be fun. Come on, Maddie. Maddie. You know I'm over here smiling, right? Maddie says, hey, whoa, okay, here we go. So what is the answer?
The answer is A. Maddie got it right.
Okay, what does it say?
It is seek to clarify issues related to language learning and bilingualism within the program.
Now remember, now watch this, watch this. Go back to the question.
The question is, child care professionals should be advocates,
Should be advocates
yes, for the needs of children
for
and
the
their
needs
families.
of the children
And their families.
and their families. So that's the first thing. You have to be an advocate for the children and their family. Okay, they wanted you to know that. So now here's the piece they slide in. Come on.
Caregivers who work with English language learners
If I work with English language learners and
or which is ELL or bilingual children
or bilingual, which means that I'm doing two different things,
should do the following.
should do the following. Now let's go to A. Let's go to A.
A is seek to clarify issues related to language learning and bilingualism.
Okay,
within the
right
program.
there. It just told you the same thing. English language learners or bilingual. A comes back and says English language learners and bilingual. So it asks, that just gives you the answer. Do y'all see how that works?
Their
Wait a minute. Do
oh,
y'all see how that works?
sorry.
That's yes, 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 yes. Sydney says yes. Beck says yes. Maddie says yes. Princess. Princess is getting a glass of orange juice. Let's hold on, hold on. Princess, where you at? Did we lose Princess?
My stream stopped. There we go. We might have because she's not showing up on here anymore.
All right, hopefully we get Princess together. Now, what I do want you all to know is that um, we will be scanning all these ones that we did today. Oh, she's trying to do, she's trying to do a doctor's session with me?
She's at the doctor's office.
Oh, Lord.
She
So,
has pink eye.
she has the what?
She says she thinks she has pink eye.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to send you all a copy within our chat. We're going to send you the same copy, the same test. Not only we're going to go through it verbally, I'm going to make sure you get the hard copy. That way you can go over it for yourself as many times as you need to, because this will be the same test that you're going to take. The same test that you're going to, the same test that you're going to take. I'm just giving you the answers. But I want to go over them, and I want to hear what you say from, because the beautiful thing about this is you're going off the cuff. You have never heard this before, and to some point you may have never even done it before. But now you get to hear it. It's called literacy. It's called language literacy. And this is what we do with children. We say red, 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 red. And then all of a sudden we show the child what we said. We said red, now we show them red. And so they identify that red and the color red is the same thing, and it teaches them how to speak. It teaches them how to read. It teaches them how to comprehend. So in the beginning, we're telling you, hey, here's the test. Test, test, and we're doing it verbally. You don't have nothing to touch. You can't see it. Your mind can't function. But then when you get the paper and you go over it again yourself, you'll remember what was said, and then the comprehension comes in, right? The language literacy comes in, and you learn what we just did. And that's why we're doing it in this manner, because it's the same manner that we do with children in our daycare. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Say it. So they'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Say it. And then we'll say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Say it. And then they'll come back and do the same thing. Then we'll set down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that's written out on papers where they can trace it, they can color it, they can identify it. So now they say 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4 looks like this. 5 looks like this. Next thing you know, they know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and they just learned it because of what you said first, but they didn't understand it until you showed them the number. And that's what we're doing right now. Is that okay? Yes, 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 yes. Is that okay? Is that okay, Sydney? Is that okay, Maddie? Is that okay, Beck? Oh, Princess, you're back.
I can't see anything.
All right. So here we go. We're going to hit these. We're going to hit these questions. You have any? If you have any, if you need her to read the question over again, have her to read the question over again. Make sure you understand what's being said before we answer. And I want us to keep doing this to everybody and get at least 7 to 10 right.
Okay.
You know. I think Maddie came out of the corner on us with that A. Go, Maddie. Good job. You know, so let's go.
Okay. Next question. Child care professionals should be. Oh, no. Next question. Not this one. We just did that. That was Maddie's point. All right. Mena is a little boy in your class. He has been potty trained for 6 months, but recently has been wetting his pants several times a day, despite regular trips to the bathroom. He has been using other children's backup clothing as his mother has not sent in placements. Let me read that again. Mena is a little boy in your class. He has been potty trained for 6 months, but recently has been wetting his pants several times a day, despite regular trips to the bathroom. He has been using other children's backup clothing as his mother has not sent in replacements. What would you do? Would it be A, let him stay in wet clothes? He won't like that and he will start using the toilet again. Is it B, speak to Mena's mother about his recent behavior, work with her to identify what could be causing Mena to regress in his toileting skills? C, make Mena stay in for recess on the days he has an accident. Once he realizes the consequences, he will stop wetting his pants. Or is it D, make Mena sit on the potty every 15 minutes. He won't have a chance to have an accident if he sits that often. So I'm going to read it again. Mena is a little boy in your class. He has been potty trained for 6 months, but recently has been wetting his pants several times a day, despite regular trips to the bathroom. He has been using other children's backup clothing as his mother has not sent in replacements. What should you do? Is it A, let him stay in wet clothes? He won't like that and still start using the toilet again. Is it B, speak to Mena's mother about his recent behavior, work with her to identify what would be causing Mena to regress in his toilet skills? Is it C, make Mena stay in for recess on the days he has an accident? Once he realizes this is the consequence, he will stop wetting his pants. Or is it D, make Mena sit on the potty every 15 minutes? He won't have a chance to have an accident if he sits that often. I got a whole bunch of B's. Anybody else? One, two, three. Okay. Y'all ready for the answer? It is B. Speak to Minna's mother about his recent behavior. Work with her to identify what could be causing Minna to regress in his toileting skills. So everybody got it right. It says when a child has regular accidents after successfully using the facilities on a regular basis, there can be factors you are not aware of causing this child to regress. Speaking to the child's parents can give you insight as to whether there is something going on at home, maybe a new baby or a recent move. It also allows the parents to work with you to resolve the issues for while they may not be happy he is having accidents, they will respect and trust you for sharing your concerns and being willing to do what it takes to support their child. So, great job. Everybody got that right. So, I'll set that to the side. All right, next question. When reading a new book to your class, how can you help your students practice their prediction skills? Is it A, ask them how many pages they think are in the book? B, ask them what they think will happen next? C, go over with them what an illustration does? Or D, have them draw a picture of their favorite part of the book? I'll read it again. When reading a new book to your class, how can you help your students practice their prediction skills? A, ask them how many pages they think are in the book. B, ask them what they think will happen next. C, go over with them what an illustration does. Or D, have them draw a picture of their favorite part of the book. Talking about prediction. And the answer is B. So everybody got it right. Wonderful. It says, ask them what will happen next. Children love to guess what will happen on the next page or by the end of the book. Help them to develop their prediction skills by using clues from the early pages to guess what will happen on the later pages. This will be easier for some children than others, and you will be able to assess the skills easily by their answers. So, yay, go everybody. I got it right. So, we got question number 2. Everybody got it right. Perfect. All right, next question. Mrs. Cook has several children in her home care practice that have trouble going from one activity to the next. For example, several don't want to put away toys at snack time or finish eating to come to the story circle. Mrs. Cook spends a lot of time Mrs. Cook spends a lot of time cajoling these students to go from one activity from another while the others are waiting. What advice would you give Mrs. Cook in this situation? I will read it again for my own self. All right. Mrs. Cook has several children in her home care practice that have trouble going from one activity to the next. For example, several don't want to put away toys at snack time or finish eating to come to the story circle. Mrs. Cook spends a lot of time cajoling these students to go from one activity from another while the others are waiting. What activity would you give Mrs. Cook in this situation? Is it A, physically remove the students who are having trouble during the transitions? Is it B, prepare the children for the transitions by giving them signals that a new activity is coming up? Is it C, let the children stay with the activity until they are finished? Or is it D, help them clean up or remove the snack so that transitions will be easier? So I'll read the answers again. Is it A, physically remove the students who are having trouble during the transition? Is it B, Prepare the children for transition by giving them signals that a new activity is coming up. Is it C, let the children stay with the activity until they're finished, or B, help them clean up to remove the snack and transition will be easier? My answer is B too. Just so y'all know, I'm not looking at the bottom. Um, Everybody has B. Yep. So the answer is B. Prepare the children for the transitions by giving them signals that a new activity is coming up. So in my class, and I'll say this because I don't know if y'all have this, but we have Alexa, and when it's time to clean up, I'll play the cleanup song. When it's time for them to get up from nap, I'll play the wake up song. When it's time for them to do like coloring, I'll put on either light jazz or Disney classics, those kinds of things. So I think that's what they're saying about preparing them for the next activity. So this says many children have trouble transitioning from one activity to another. Mrs. Cook can help these children by warning them that activities are going to change. This will give them time to finish what they are doing, clean up and adjust their feelings about having to finish. About having to finish and move on. She might have a musical signal. Oh, see, I didn't know that. A musical signal or verbal one, which causes children to the change. This will take some practice, but eventually the children will adjust and transition more smoothly. Having consistency, rules, and procedures is the best way to keep programs running smoothly. So I didn't even read that, and that was my answer. So that's cool. At least I know I'm doing something right, y'all. Okay. Question number 4 that we have correct. Good job, everybody. So, next question. Excuse me. CDA credentials must be renewed. Is it A, annually, B, every 5 years, C, before the third year anniversary date, or D, only after, excuse me, only after 480 service hours have been completed? While you're answering, I'm gonna grab some water. Why am I ringing? Is that you, Pastor? Ring. All right. Everybody's answers 5 years. I got a B. I have a whole bunch of B's. So the answer is actually C, and it's before the third year anniversary date. So the answer is C. So I'm gonna read the question again so that we know we have it correct. It is CDA credentials must be renewed, and the answer is C, before the third year anniversary date. So it is before the third year anniversary date, not necessarily every 3 years, but before the anniversary date. So it says the CDA credential must be renewed before the third year anniversary date for every renewal. For example, if you received your credential on April 4th, 2015, it must be renewed before April 4th, 2018. One day later, and your application's invalid. There is no grace period. So that's essential for us to know because we don't want to have to redo it. So I'll put that on the other side. So we have one, two. We're working on it. We got 3 questions. Everybody got right. So that's good. All right. So next one. Which of the following situations could become a teachable moment? Is it A, A child has a cavity and is worried about going to the dentist. B. A child is moving to a new home. C. A child has a new baby sister at home. Or D. All the above. I read it again. Which of the following situations could become a teachable moment? A. A child has a cavity and is worried about going to the dentist. B. A child is moving to a new home. C. A child has a new baby sister at home. Or D. All of the above. Which of the following situations could be a teachable moment? That's my answer too. And the answer is D. Yep, all the above. So it says everything that happens in a child's life, everything they share with you, and everything you observe can be a teachable moment. If a child is concerned about a new sibling, taking taking time to respond to that concern helps that child to learn and feel secure. You can expand the teachable moments when appropriate by reading books or having activities that also touch on these subjects. So good job. That goes in our good pile. All right, next question. You are currently midway through a winter themed unit on Snowman. If it snowed last night and the children really want to play outside, but it's just too cold, what can you do to keep with your unit and address the interest in playing in the snow? I'll read it again. You are currently midway through a winter themed unit on Snowman. It snowed last night, and the children really want to go outside, but it's just too cold. What can you do to keep with your unit and address the interest playing in the snow? Is it A, have them make snowmen out of cotton balls? Is it B, fill your sand table with snow and let them make snowmen? Is it C, tell them they can go outside for a few days when it warms up? Or is it D, do a lesson on what you would wear to play in the snow? I'll read it again. You are currently midway through a winter themed unit on Snowman. It snowed last night, and the children really want to go outside, but it's just too cold. What can you do to keep within your unit and address their interest in playing in the snow? Is it A, have them make snowmen out of cotton balls? Is it B, fill your sand table with snow and let them make snowmen? Is it D, tell them they can go outside in a few days when it warms up? Or is it D, do a lesson on what you should wear in the snow? Great. I have B. And B is the answer, actually. It says, fill your sand table with snow and let them make snowmen. When the children show interest in the snow, a caring teacher will use the natural interest to help the children have meaningful experiences. Since they cannot play in the snow, you can provide a hands on concrete experience that will expand on your current theme. So, great job. All right. Next one. Sorry, I need a sip. All right. So, Mrs. Bridges appears upset when she drops off her two little ones. When she returns in the afternoon to pick them up, she confides in you, telling you that her husband came home last night and asked her to leave. She doesn't know where she and her little ones will spend the night. Which would be best? Which would be a best practice in this situation? I'll read it again. Mrs. Bridges appears upset when she drops off her two little ones. When she returns in the afternoon to pick them up, she confides in you, telling you that her husband came home last night and asked her to leave. She doesn't know where she and her two little ones will spend the night. Which would be best? Which would be the best practice in this situation? Is it A, ask her to send you her new address when she relocates? B, tell her that you can't help parents with personal problems because this would violate confidentiality policies. C, respect Mrs. Bridges' privacy by keeping the information confidential. Offer to help by giving her information about agencies which might help someone in her situation. Or D, call over a few more caregivers to confer with her on what she might do. Great. The answer is C. Respect Mrs. Bridges' privacy by keeping the information confidential. Offer to help by giving her information about what agencies which might help someone in her situation. There are usually community resources for families in crisis. Listen carefully and offer to help. Do not offer unsolicited advice. If Mrs. Bridges wants information, provide what you can. Follow your agency's confidentiality policies. So great job. Good. We're moving along. We got one. Great. We got 5 answers. All of us got 5 answers right. So great. Next one. Patty's parents asked to speak with you after school. They are concerned. Patty is 4 years old and is not reading. They tell you her sister, Penny, was reading by the time she went to kindergarten. You listen to their concerns and tell them. All right, so Patty is not reading. She's 4, but her sister was reading by the time she was in kindergarten. That's her situation. You listen and you listen to the concerns and tell them. A, it's clear Penny is much smarter than Patty. B, children learn at different paces, and reading is not a skill you expect to see in preschool. C, you will teach Patty to read once this is what they want, since this is what they want, I'm sorry. Or D, you two are concerned that Patty is not reading yet. Is it A, it's clear Penny is much smarter than Patty? B, children learn at different paces, and reading is not a skill you expect to see in preschool. C, you will teach Patty to read since this is what they want. Or D, you two are concerned that Patty is not reading. I have a B. I got 2 other B's. 1 other B. Great. Got that one right. Children learn at different paces, and reading is not a skill you expect to see in preschool. Parents often have unrealistic expectations for their children, especially when there are older siblings or other children doing things their child is not yet doing. It is important to help them understand that realistic goals for their child at at his or her age. Providing examples of the wonderful developmentally appropriate things their child is doing will help the parents feel supported in their concerns and trust your feedback regarding your child. So great job. All right. Your school has very little parking available, and because of this, implemented a car line. Let me start that again. I'm sorry, y'all. Your school has very little parking available, and because of this, a car line was implemented where parents loop around the parking lot and a team of teachers assist the child out of the car and into the school. School staff agrees this has improved the morning drop off process by keeping children safe and allowing parents to quickly and easily exit the parking lot. One mother refuses to wait in the car line and parks in the lot every single day, going into the school to drop her child off. Other parents have begun to complain about this behavior. What should you do? So, the school implemented a car drop off process, and that helps to remain safety for everybody involved. There's one parent that doesn't want to. She drops her child off. She goes into school and drops her child off every day. Parents are starting to complain. What do we do? So, is it A, tell her if she doesn't follow the procedure, the child will get hit by a car? Is it B, stand by the door so she can't get in and tell her to go to her car and drive around like other parents? Is it C, hey, if she can't follow the rules, her child cannot attend the school? Or is it D, when the mother comes in the next day, ask her if she has a minute to talk to you. Go to a quiet place where you can talk privately and explain to her why your school has the drop off procedure in place. Assure her you understand it can be frustrating to wait in line, but that it is safety for the staff. Safety and well being of the children. Sorry. Thank her for her cooperation and understanding. Yes. D. Yep. D. It says, whenever there is a problem with a parent, it is best to speak to them in a non confrontational manner. First, ask them if they have a minute and keep your tone even. Don't raise your voice or use condescending tones or language. Explain why you need their compliance in this situation. Why this rule is in place. Often, when someone understands why they are being asked to do something, they will agree to cooperate, even if they do not fully agree with the policy. So, good job. Everybody got that right. Next question. Let's see how many we got right so far. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, y'all. Good job. We got 8 right so far. I say we because I'm not even looking at the answers. All right. Next question. When creating the emergency procedures to post in your classrooms, it is important to include A, the names of the adults in the class, B, pictures, diagrams, and words, C, bilingual instructions, or D, the phone number for the local police department. I'll read it again. When creating the emergency procedures to post in your classroom, it is important to include A, the names of all adults in the class, B, pictures, diagrams, and words, C, bilingual instructions, or D, the phone numbers for local police department. We are creating emergency procedures in our classrooms, and we're dealing with kids. I got my answer already. Got one answer. I have my answer. My answer would be B. Sydney and I have answered this one. Our answer is B, as in boy. Anybody else? Did I lose everybody else? Maddie and Becky are there? Okay. It may just be the stream is behind. All right, the answer is B. Pictures, diagrams, and words. By using pictures, diagrams in conjunction with words, you can easily let everyone in the classroom know how to respond in an emergency situation, even if they cannot read or do not speak the language. So pictures always work because it's universal. So good job. Next question. We're at question number 9 that we got right, so we're doing good. Next question. You have a 3-year-old class this year. When planning curriculum, you can be sure of the following. A. All of your students can write their names. B. All of your students will have parts and I'm sorry. Let me start this again, okay? You have a 3-year-old class this year. When planning curriculum, you can be sure of the following. A. All of your students can write their names. B. All of your students will have arts and crafts. C. All of your students will love music time. Or B. None of the above. So I'm going to read again. One more time. You have a 3-year-old class this year. When planning curriculum, you can be sure of the following. A. All of your students can write their names. B. All of your students will love arts and crafts. C. All of your students will love music, time, or B. None of the above. I'm sorry, D. None of the above. Remember, you're talking about 3-year-olds, and you're doing curriculum. This is a general question. Anytime you see all of, it covers everybody. Okay, so we got some different answers on this one. The answer is actually D. It's none of the above. Here's why. The only sure thing about children is that there is no sure thing. Each student in any individual in an individual with their own likes is an individual with their own likes and dislikes and levels of abilities in different areas. Plan a well-rounded curriculum with a lot of options during the day for uh, sorry, it's a typo here. During the day for individuals' growth and expression. Some children will want to try every activity, while others will be more reluctant. Planning for their differences will allow you to feel confident each child is getting a positive preschool experience. So kids are individuals. So everybody doesn't learn the same and everybody is not the same. Some kids might like trains, some might like airplanes. So all right, we'll put that in the other pile. Next question. We're still doing good though. Next question. During mealtime with preschoolers, it is important to talk about mealtime. A. Make sure they eat everything on their plate. B. Make sure they sit in the same seat every day. C. Involve them in appropriate conversation. Or D. Make sure lunchtime is less than 20 minutes. Again, during mealtime with preschoolers, it's important to A. Make sure they eat everything on their plate. B. Make sure they sit in the same seat every day. C. Involve them in appropriate conversation. Or D. Make sure lunchtime is less than 20 minutes. I have one answer, maybe two. This goes off the thing. My answer would be C. Great. So the answer is C. Involve them in appropriate conversation. Mealtime is a wonderful time for a teacher to model appropriate conversation while encouraging interaction amongst the students. Asking asking students open-ended questions. This allows for more than a yes or no answers will help children to develop their communication skills. So, like, I do that with my kids. They talk about craziness, but it's pretty cool. All right, let's see. Let's count what we got. Where are we at? And we are. Can somebody give me a time check? It's 11:49. Okay, so we're doing good time. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We met our goal. We got 10. We're doing good. We met our goal. All right, now we're going to exceed the goal. Here we go. Bobby hasn't been to school in several days. He doesn't usually miss any time, and you are concerned. What do? So Bobby's irregular. He's there when he's supposed to be, and now he's missed several days, and you're concerned. So what do? Do you A, nothing, is best not to bother his family. They may feel like you're intruding. B, send his mother an email asking why he's been out. C, give his mother a call and let her know Bobby has missed. Respectfully ask her if Bobby is okay and when she thinks he might return to school. Or D, wait until he comes back and talk to his mother and ask her if everything is okay. So is it A, do nothing. You don't want to intrude. B, send an email on why he's been out. C, give his mom a call. See why he's missed. Respectfully ask her if he's okay and when he might return. Or D, wait until he comes back to see what happened. Good. Answer is C. When a student misses several days, unless your school policy says otherwise, it is always a nice gesture to contact the parents to see if the child is well. The child may be sick, or in some case, there may be something else going on in the family, and you need to be aware of it. So good job. All right, next question. Let me take a sip. Sorry. Uh-oh. And I'm all out. Next question. Candidates for CDA I'm sorry, let me read that again. Candidates for CDA certification must complete a CPR course. Which of the following statements is false? So we have to make sure we're CPR certified. Which statement that I'm going to read is going to be false? Is it A, the course must be from a nationally recognized organization? B, a virtual course is acceptable? C, the course must specifically address pediatric CPR? Or D, original documents for the course must be needed for CDA certification? Is it A, false? We're not talking about what's true. We're talking about what's false. Is it A, the course must be from a national organized organization? B, a virtual course is acceptable? C, the course must specifically address pediatric CPR? Or D, original documents for the course will be needed for CDA certification? And we're talking about a CPR class that we have to have for our CDA. Good. The answer is B. A virtual course is acceptable. It's not. The answer is B. Online courses and training are not acceptable for CDA certification. The course must be from a nationally recognized organization, such as the American Red Cross or the American Heart Association. Specific training is pediatric CPR is required. On the day of the verification visit, the original certification document must be provided. Copies can be included in a professional portfolio. So good job. All right. Next question. I'm just letting Pastor know on our progress. Sorry. All right. Next question. So, you have a little boy in your class who likes to wear. Okay, I'm sorry. I read this again. It kind of threw me off. All right. You have a little boy in your class who likes to wear the princess dress in your dress up center. You should. So, we have a little boy who likes to wear a dress. Okay. You should A, contact his parents to explain how his behavior is not acceptable. B, tell him dresses are for girls and offer him a fireman coat. C, encourage him to play, experiment, and wear whatever dress up clothes he likes and chooses. Or is it D, take the dress out of the center so he cannot choose it anymore? Is it A, contact his parents to explain how his behavior is unacceptable, tell him dresses are for girls, put it on a fireman. C, encourage him to play, experience, and wear whatever dress up clothes he wants. Or D, take the dress out of the center and so he can't wear it anymore. Good. The answer is C. The answer is C. Here's why. Children at this age are developing their sense of self and should be encouraged to try to a variety of dress up clothes with no defined gender roles. Little boys can wear dresses and little girls can be construction workers. For them, it's fun and a chance to safely experiment in their environment. So good job. All right. Next question. A professional caregiver must maintain a professional manner both on and off the job. Which of the following is the best practice for a professional caregiver? So we talk about professionalism again. We have to maintain a manner of professionalism both on and off the job. So which of the following is not best for practice for a professional caregiver? A, arrive on time every day. B, dress appropriate as the job requires. C, display a professional work ethic. Or D, discuss an individual child's behavior with friends outside of the organization. We're talking about what's not appropriate. Is it A, arrive on time every day? A, arrive on time every day. B, dress appropriate as the job requires. C, display a professional work ethic. Or D, discuss an individual child's behaviors with friends. I'm going to take a pause to grab a tissue. All right, what say ye? Our answer is D. Great. Discuss an individual child's behaviors with friends outside of the organization. Maintaining confidentiality is one of the professional obligations of a caregiver. The caregiver should arrive on time, work a full day, maintain a positive attitude and work ethic, and dress appropriate for the appropriate situation and the responsibilities of the position. The organization should provide standards for professional behavior. Good job. Good job. Next question. You are assigned a new classroom, and one of the things you notice is that there are several mirrors on the wall. I love mirror, mirror on the wall. Snow White. Several mirrors on the wall. All right. So, you're in a new classroom, and you notice there are several mirrors on the wall. When it comes to mirrors, you should A. Take them down, they're dangerous. B. Hang them out of reach of the child. C. Hang them at eye level so that children can see themselves. Or D. Have them only in the bathroom area. So we have these mirrors in the class. It's a new classroom for you. There are mirrors on the walls. When it comes to the mirrors, what do? A. Take them down. They are dangerous. B. Hang them out of reach of the children. C. Hang them at eye level so the children can see themselves. Or D. Have them only in the bathroom area. Got a couple C's. Princess, okay. Cool, glad you're back. Hope your appointment was well. Perfect. Everybody got their answers? Yep. Everybody got it right. Hang them at eye level so that the children can see themselves. Children love to look at themselves, and mirrors help them develop a sense of self. Kid-safe mirrors should be hung in the child's eye level so they can look at themselves and experiment with making faces. Become familiar with their faces and facial features and interact with their friends. So they like to see themselves. A few more, and then we're going to take a break. Let's count where we are. We got. Here we go. 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, we got 15. Perfect. Just a few more, and we're going to take a break. All right. When planning for nap time routines, you should A. Not allow children to bring items from home to nap with. B. Be sure the center is completely quiet so the children are asleep. C. Children nap right after lunch as this is when they are most tired. Or D. Create nap time routines such as reading a book or listening to soft music. Talking about nap time routines. I'll read it again. We should not allow children to bring items from home to nap with. B. Be sure the center is completely quiet so children can sleep. C. Children nap right after their lunch as this is what makes them tired. C. Children nap right after lunch as this is when they are most tired. Or D. Create napping routines such as reading a book or listening to soft music. Perfect. It's D. Create nap time routines such as reading a book or listening to soft music. It is important to create a warm, safe environment with reliable routines for nap time. Reading a book or having soft music playing while they are settling in and allowing them to have security items from home, example, blanket, doll, will help them settle down and rest peacefully. Okay, perfect. Next one, the photographer is coming to take school pictures, and some of the parents, the ones whose children are going to kindergarten next year, want their children to wear caps and gowns in their individual photos. The director of the school does not allow caps and gowns, and the parents are complaining to you. What can you do? A. Okay, so we got kids who are getting ready to graduate. My daughter is getting ready to graduate and go to kindergarten, so I understand this question. But we have kids who are graduating, and some of the parents want to wear cap and gowns, and the director doesn't allow it. What do we do? So, A. Agree with them that it is not fair. They cannot have their child's picture taken in a cap and gown. It's a dumb rule. B. Allow the parents to bring their own cap and gown. C. Respectfully advise the parents of the school's rules. Let them know you understand their concerns, but must comply with the policies and procedures of the director. Or D. Tell the parents to start a petition to your director. If all the parents sign it, then they can say no. So what do we do as parents or teachers, when our parents are complaining about not being able to have a cap and gown on their kid that's going to graduate and go to kindergarten? Do we agree with them and tell them the rule is dumb? Do we allow the parents to bring their own? Do we talk about our policy and procedures and the rules and talk to the director? Or do we tell the parents to start a petition? C, perfect. From time to time, your classroom parents will disagree with the policy or procedure of your school. While you may actually agree with the parents, it is best to listen to their concerns while supporting the school rules. You will not be able to make your parents happy 100% of the time. Or, however, if you show them you are a professional at all times, the times you cannot agree with them will not go sour. It will be smoother. Seeing that you respect and support the policies will help them to do the same. Perfect. Just a few more guys. Or girls, sorry. Ladies. All right. Displaying Displaying photographs of children and their families in your classroom will A. Make them miss their parents, and it's not a good idea. B. Help them remember their names. C. Allow children to share their families with you and other students, helping them to develop a sense of self-identity. Or D. Assure them their parents are coming back and returning at the end of the day. We got class photos in the classroom. My answer is C. Perfect. So the answer is C. Allow children to share their families with you and other students, helping them to develop a sense of self-identity. When children can share family photos, discuss their families with you and others, and display important photos in their classroom, they feel a sense of self-worth in the classroom, i.e., they are important in your class. They also begin to develop a sense of self-identity when they see their families and how they are the same and different from other families. So good job. Three more, y'all. All right. A young boy waits too long and has an accident that soils his clothes. So we did this already. Here we go. You should A. Call his mother to come get him. B. Change him and put his clothes back on. Change him and put his clothes in a backpack. C. Help him to change and then put his clothes in a sealed and labeled plastic bag. Or D. Help him dry off as best as possible. So we have a little boy who soiled his clothes. What do? Do we call his mom? Do we change him and put his clothes in the backpack? Do we help him change and then put his clothes in a marked plastic bag or as sealed, or do we help him dry off? C, perfect. got C. Oh, wait, no. Nope. Anybody else? I got two B's. I think. Yeah. My answer is C. Anybody else? Sydney or Beck? What's your answer? C. 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 Okay, sorry, I must have said B on the other one. The answer is C. Help him to change and then put his clothes in a sealed and labeled plastic bag. To assure you follow proper sanitary procedures, it is important to put soiled clothes in a labeled and sealed plastic bag so that nothing can leak from the bag and the bag goes home with the child. So good job. Two more. What, when planning for circle time, is important to remember. So we're doing circle time now. Circle time should be kept short to accommodate for the attention span of your students. Students who do not want to participate should be encouraged to do so, but if not, should be allowed to leave. Circle time activities should be planned with student involvement in mind. Keeping the children engaged and active will increase their attention and learning. Okay. Or all the above. So we are either allowing them to not participate, keep it short, or know that our circle time activities should be planned for their involvement. So we want them involved. Or is it D, all the above? Thank you, Maddie. I'm trying to keep up with the right things, so thank you. One, two, three, four. Yep, perfect. All the above. So circle time should be short enough to lose the attention. I'm sorry. Circle time should be short enough not to lose the attention of your students while keeping the activity engaged. This will help them to fully enjoy the activities and not lose focus and interest. It is acceptable to have two circle times in a day if time permits. So, good job. Last question. The professional caregiver is a lifelong learner who seeks to increase their knowledge. Thank you. Who seeks to increase their knowledge about child development in order to help children and parents cope with typical developmental issues. Which of the following is not a developmental issue? Which of the following is not a developmental issue? A. Neurological damage. B. Social and emotional development. C. Cognitive development. Or D. Language skills. Which is not a developmental issue? Neurological damage. A. B. Social and emotional development. C. Cognitive development. Or D. Language skills, which is not a developmental issue. I got an A. I have A as well. And our answer is A. Great. Neurological damage. Neurological damage can cause some developmental issues. Emotional and social development issues include separation anxiety, dependency, shyness, and making friends. Cognitive issues relate to thinking and learning. Language skills include mnemonic awareness, processing, and fluency. So the answer is neurological damage is not a developmental issue. All right, our last one for right now before our break. A child care provider is seeking immediate feedback for her performance. Her best source will be A. So we are teachers. We need immediate feedback for performance. Her our best source will be who or what? Community college courses. A. B. A professional mentor or supervisor. C. A professional workshop. Or D. The parents of the children whom she is caring for. Excuse me. Is it A? Community resources. B. Professional mentor or supervisor. C. Professional workshop. Or D. The parents of the kids we are taking care of. My answer would be D. If we're looking for a an immediate feedback in our performance. That's my answer. D's habits. Um, I'm sorry. What's our answers? D. All right. So we didn't get this one right. The answer is actually B. A professional mentor or supervisor. Here's why. The most immediate source for feedback will be a professional mentor or supervisor. Caregivers can find sources for professional personal reflection by attending college courses, professional conferences, or by reading professional journals. Most parents will not have the professional knowledge necessary for accurate feedback and will not be present during service. So the answer is actually B. It's not D. So we gotta do one more question. All right. Which of the following activities is a pre-reading activity? Pre-reading activity. A. Listening to a book on tape. B. Taking lunch orders in the restaurant center. C. Training tracing shapes with their fingers in the sand table. Or D. All of the above. So, which activity is a pre-reading activity? Is it A, listening to books on tape? B, taking lunch orders for the restaurant? C, tracing shapes with the fingers? Or D, all the above? My answer is going to be D. I'll tell y'all why when we get done. Perfect. The answer is D. All the above. Here's why. The above listed activities are all good methods in building a pre reading skill. Anytime the children are exposed to literacy, such as being read a book or reading a book to someone else, or writing, tracing, or coloring letters, they are getting valuable pre reading experiences. Expose your students to many opportunities to read, write, and explore the written language. Great job. All right, we are going to take a break. I'm going to turn our music up. It is 12:18. Let's just make it 12:20. We will see you back at 12:35. Okay? 12:35. I'm sorry. Can I count today? Yeah, 12:20. So 12:35. Yes. See y'all in 15 minutes.
Hello, hello, hello. Are y'all still there? Are you still there?
everybody enjoy their time away from these questions? Just kidding. I hope you guys, ladies, had a good lunchtime, a good lunch hour, minute to breathe. We are halfway through. We're going to dive right back in so that we can be knowledgeable. Actually, we're more than halfway through. So let's hang in there. Let's keep going. And let's get to our goal. Maddie, can you do me a favor, please, and write out what our next question is? Can you keep doing that for me? That is very, very helpful. If you could, um, that would be helpful for me. Let me know when we're ready. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. All right. So, when we're ready, give me a thumbs up. Yes. If y'all saw my redhead child, I'm sorry. She has to go to the bathroom. I apologize. Um, we are with thumbs up. Yes, 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 yes. Perfect. All right, here we go. So, while playing on the playground, a child in your class cut his hand. If a minor, it's a minor cut, and you wash it with soap and water and bandage it, and the child returns outside to play. What else should you do? A. Nothing. The child is fine. The cut was minor. B. Call his mother and have her pick him up just in case. C. Fill out an incident report and let his mother know at pickup what happened. Or D. Recheck his wounds several times throughout the afternoon. So we have a child who has a minor cut himself on the playground, and we are asked, what else do we do after we have cleaned it? Excuse me. Excuse me. What else do we do after we have cleaned it, sanitized it, bandaged it? So we do A, nothing. The baby's fine. It's just a minor cut. Do we do B, call his mother and have her pick him up just in case? C, fill out the incident report and let his mother know what happened at pickup. Or D, recheck his wound and several times throughout the afternoon. I apologize. Sorry. C, yes, we fill out an incident report. Um, Anytime there is an injury, no matter how minor, it is a good practice, I'm sorry, to document the situation with an incident report. If there are any questions later, the written record will let everyone know what happened. The child's mother will appreciate you letting her know what happened, even though the injury is small. So let me give you guys a scenario, ladies, a scenario. Sorry. So, um, I don't know how long ago it was. Maybe earlier this week, maybe last week. So I have a lot here. We have a lot of brother and sister sets, or brother and brother sets, and we have a young. This particular case, we have a younger brother who has an older sister, but they're not that much. It's probably a year or two difference. One's a toddler and one's in preschool, and the little boy is very he's very aggressive, and the little girl is very timid when she needs to be most of the time. And so she comes to school and she's got these scratches on her face, and immediately we're like, okay, where did these scratches come from? You know, why does this little girl have scratches? And so the mom, the good thing about this particular mom is she talks a lot to us, which we talk to all our parents, but this particular mom takes the time herself. We don't have to probe her. So she says, you know, the son and the daughter, the son was aggressive. She has these scratches on her face. Perfect. Now, if she would not have told us and nothing would have we would not have known, it could have been anything that was wrong. She could have scratched her face in class. Something could have happened. We would have never known. And then if that mother would have came back and said, "What's wrong with my baby's face?" and she would not have told us that the baby had scratches, it would have been a whole thing. It's a domino effect. So it's always good to communicate. If you see not just a scratch, but if you see throughout your course of the day a bruise on an infant, or like I had a case where my infant class, they decided they were just gonna have fun with the toys, and all of a sudden, it's toys everywhere, and somebody gets hit. That kind of stuff. Anything, absolutely anything, because what you don't want is the parents to go home and find something on their child, and then now we have a whole other Pandora's box, because now we have to figure out, well, the parents trying to figure out where did the bruise come from, where did the scratch come from, why this, why that, well, this didn't happen at home. It's just the whole thing. So it's just best to write incident reports, no matter how small or how big. So that's my spiel. All right, next question. Which of the following is an objective observation? We're looking for an objective observation. A. Michael was happy today. B. Andrew loved the clown presentation. C. Amy counted to 10 today. D. Brady didn't want to play blocks. I'm going to say it again. Which of the following is an objective observation? A. Michael was happy today. C. Andrew loved the clown presentation. C. I'm sorry. Sorry. A. Michael was happy today. B. Andrew loved the clown presentation. C. Amy counted to 10 today. Or D. Brandy didn't want to go play blocks. Objective observation. If we need a small example of what an objective observation is, somebody's going to have to say that. Are we kind of stuck on this question? I have an A, I have a C. So, an objective observation. So, like in our classrooms, we have objectives, right? So, we're doing spelling, we're doing reading, we're doing math, in our circle time, we're doing specific things. And so, the objective observation is that a child has met the goal of what we've been teaching, and we've observed them meeting that goal. That's what an objective observation is. We can visibly see that the child has taken in and applied what we've been teaching, and we can visibly see that. So I'm gonna ask the question again. I'm gonna do the things again. Michael was happy today. Andrew loved the clown presentation. Amy counted to 10 today. Brandy did not want to play. So from that explanation I just gave you ladies, what do you think? You got an A. I have a question mark on C. Okay, Maddie wants me to do the answers. The answers are, I put my glasses back on. Sorry, can't see without them. Michael was happy today. Andrew loved the clown presentation. Amy counted to 10. Brandy didn't want to play. Yes, the answer is C. Yes, good job. So, Amy counted to 10. When recording observation, it is important to keep the objective. While it may appear a child didn't want to play with the blocks, it may have been something else that was bothering him. Another way to phrase that so that it is an objective would be Brandy didn't want to participate during block time. So, yes. See, wonderful. Yes. Back there. Back there on the wall. All right, next question. Here we go. You want to expose the children to a variety of cultures and experiences. How can you best involve your community to actively engage your students in this learning? A. Ask them to donate money. B. Ask them to donate books. C. Ask them to come in and share their skills, holidays, or special dresses with the children. Or D. Ask them to come in and read books. How are we involving our community with different cultures and experiences? How do we teach our children that? That's basically what this question is asking. Is it A, ask them to come donate money, donate books, ask them to come in and share their skills, um, special dresses with the children, or ask them to come in and read books? Yes, C, perfect. Here's why. While some community members may wish to donate money or materials, the children will have a wonderful, rich time learning experience when the adults in their community come into the classroom and share with them. You will be surprised at what the parents, your friends, and other community members will be able to share with your children. Good job, ladies. All right, moving forward. We still got a small stack, but we're going to get through this. All right. While at the playground, Teddy gets stung by a bee on his leg and it starts to swell. You should A. Use Susie's EpiPen on Teddy. It's clear he's having an allergic reaction. B. Put an ice pack on his leg, and if it appears fine otherwise, have him rest for a few minutes until it's feeling better. C. Tell him to go and play. It's just a bee sting. Or D. Have him sit out the rest of the afternoon. Teddy has a bee sting. It starts to swell. What do we do? Do we use his friend's EpiPen? Do we put an ice pack on it and have him rest for a few minutes till it's feeling better? Do we let him go play and say it's small, it's just a bee sting? Or do we have him sit out the rest of the afternoon? I got a few B's. My answer would be B. So I need one more person. Yep. Okay. Perfect. So the correct answer is yep. The correct answer is B. Put it on ice. So here's why. If a child is stung by a bee and you are not certain if he's allergic, you can start by putting ice on the sting and watching the child closely for any changes such as extreme swelling or trouble breathing. If you feel the child is having an allergic reaction, you must dial 911 immediately. We do not call the parents first. In between calling the parents and calling 911, anything could happen. So we have to call 911 first. Makes sense. All right, next question. Recently, Owen's mother seems to be avoiding you. She used to say good morning and chat for a minute when dropping Owen off, but has recently just been saying goodbye to him at the door and leaving. You are concerned and you don't understand. So, what should you do? A. Ignore her too. If she doesn't want to talk, that's fine. B. Tell your coworkers about it and have them watch to see if they think that she's having being rude to you. C. Say hi to her. C. Say hi to her, but don't do anything else. It's nothing you did and don't have time to worry about her attitude. Or D. Have a coworker cover for a few minutes so you can go walk out and talk to her and ask her if everything is okay. and let her know you're available if she needs to talk. So, do we A, ignore her, B, talk to your coworkers about it, C, say hello but ignore everything else because you don't want to be bothered, or D, take the time and talk to her and see what's going on? Parent is normally hello, hi, how are you? But this time she has not been lately. What we got? What say ye? D, perfect. The answer is D. Here is why. If a parent suddenly changes their behavior towards you, it's a good idea to gently make an effort to find out why. It could be a minor misunderstanding, or it could be nothing at all. However, it's always great to build trust to allow your parents to share their concerns with you. Case in point, when I first got here, I had a parent that everybody said was really rough and really hard to talk to and really difficult to deal with and just a whole pickle, right? Um, my personality is kind of like this paper. Um, well, it's not just with the parents, with anybody. If something is wrong, I'm going to ask you if you're okay, and I'm going to ask you how can I help. So this particular parent, first time I had ever met her, she has multiple children here. And first time I had ever met her, and first time I had ever dealt with the clock in, with the taps, first time I had ever dealt with the classroom, anything, because you guys remember I come from hospitality. So um, she comes into the room and she has a whole attitude. And I'm like, "Hi, how are you? Hey, my name is Candace. I'm, a preschool teacher, blah, 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 blah." I'm giving my little spiel, right? And she looks at me crossway crazy, like, "Please stop talking to me. I just want to fix these taps and I want to go." And that's what she said, actually. I said, "Oh, okay, no problem." I said, "If you need any help, I'll do my best to help you. If not, I'll call Miss Kia and we can walk through it." And so she says, "Don't call her. If you can't do it, why are you even here?" And I immediately said, "Well, you know what? You're right." I said, "But this is my first day, and I'm still trying to get acclimated to what's going on. And so that I don't mess you up and you don't mess me up, we're just gonna work together with Caller." "Oh, I didn't know it was your first day." Whole attitude changes. She said, "Okay," so she begins to tell me about her sons, all of these things I need to know, and we have this great conversation. Now, and so we broke the ice, and she's good now. Now, every time I see her, we have a conversation. If I need to call her about something, I'll call her. When she comes in, she speaks. She was telling me about going to the circus. Now she's telling me about all the things that we could do this summer. We have built a rapport, and that's why it's important to build a rapport with your parents, because first of all, you never know what kind of day your parents are having. I don't know if you all are parents, but I'm a parent now. I have a 5 year old. I was never expecting to be a parent. And so now that I am a parent, I have days. I work with kids all day. When I'm getting my child from school, all of these things are going on in my life. And now I have to go and deal with going to pick my child up. I don't know what's happened. All of these things. So as adults, because adulting sucks sometimes, as adults we have a lot going on. And as teachers, we have to remember that one, we always have to be a neutral party. Two, we always have to bring our best foot forward, regardless of the attitude that everybody gives us. And I believe Pastor said that when we first started class today. So just keep in mind that your attitude makes a difference. What you say and what you don't say makes a difference. So that's my spiel. We ready? All right, next question, Maddie. Current records on a child's health, safety, and behavior should be maintained and shared appropriately. Which of the following is an inappropriate sharing for this information? So, what's inappropriate? Sharing information. What is inappropriate? Um, is it A, sharing with the child's parents? B, sharing with specialists as requested by parents? C, sharing information with the parents of other children? Or D, sharing with other personal personnel. I'm sorry. D, sharing with other personnel who care for the child. So, what is inappropriate to When is it inappropriate to share information? Current records on a child's health, safety, and behavior should be maintained and shared appropriately. Which of the following is an inappropriate sharing for this information? Is it A, sharing with the child's parents, B, sharing with specialists, C, sharing info with the parent with other parents, or D, with other personnel? C, yes. We should never share information with other parents. All information should be kept confidential as required by regulations or policies of the care center. Information can be shared with specialists such as doctors with parental permission. Information can be shared with other care center personnel who may need the information to care for the child. It is inappropriate at all times to share information with other parents or anyone outside of the organization or without parent permission. Wonderful job. Next question. You you should read to your students. Is it A, every day? B, only in the morning when they are most receptive to learning? C, every other day? Or D, every after nap? When should you read to your students? Every day? Only in the morning when they're receptive? C, every other day? Or D, after nap? What we got? A, every day. Yes. Every day. You should read to your students every day. Allow time for them to ask questions and share their experiences. I have one student who reads on like a second grade level, and I teach preschool. And so she reads to the class, and then sometimes I have school agers, and they come in and they read. I remember when I was young, I was a little girl, and I was in the eighth grade, and we used to go to the kindergarten class and read to the kindergartners, and that was a part of they made it like community service. But as we went and read, and we read to them, it helped them in their class, and their teacher would give us a report and say, you read to little Johnny, and he's starting to learn how to read now. That's pretty cool. Um, so what we say and what we do matters. All right, next question. Mrs. Smith's class is going on a walk to a nearby park. She has her emergency contact um, list, her call phone, and her inhaler for students with asthma. What is she forgetting? Is it A, her umbrella in case it rains? B, an EpiPen in case somebody gets stung by a bee? C, her portable first aid kit? Or D, balls and jump ropes? Mrs. Smith is Miss Smith's class is going on a walk at a nearby park. What is she missing? She has her emergency contact list. She has her phone. She has an inhaler. Is it an umbrella, an EpiPen, a first aid kit, or jump ropes? Perfect. First aid kit. Whenever you leave your classroom to go on a field trip or just walk to a nearby park, you must have your first aid kit in case of minor injuries. Wonderful. Next question. Some of the some of the padding has come off of your indoor climbing structure in your indoor gross motor room. Which of the following is the best choice? Is it A? This is not a concern since it's an indoor padding is not needed. B. Advise your director and help keep the children safe and off of the climbing structure until it has been fixed. C. Make padding for the structure yourself. Make padding for the structure itself. Or D. Tell the children to stay away from the area of the church with the missing padding. I'll read it again. Some of the padding has moved off, have come off of your indoor climbing structure in your indoor gross motor room. What do you do? What's the best choice? Is it A? This is not a concern. Once since it's indoor, the padding is not needed. Is it B? Advise your director and to keep the children from climbing the structure. C. Make the padding yourself. Or D. Tell the kids to stay away from the area until the structure is fixed. What do we have?
All right, Sydney, what you got? What you got?
All right, I have all B's. The answer is B. We advise your director and make sure the kids are not climbing on the structure. Until the structure has been repaired, you cannot reassemble reasonably assure it is safe for your preschoolers. Advise your director and wait until she confirms it is safe and usable again. So, good job, everybody.
Now, before you go to the next one, ladies, we're talking a lot about professionalism. We're talking about um, um, how to handle yourself. I want to read something to you, and if you can keep it in this realm, I think it will help you. Because when we do daycare, we're serving in quiet dignity. Okay? So we're serving in quiet dignity. And what that means is that the reason that I'm here, right, is because I want to be a servant because God has called me. It's not about position, whether I'm lead teacher, whether I'm assistant teacher, but it's about me just being a servant to God that I may, be good and gentle and long suffering with God's people. So let me give you this definition. One who serves in quiet dignity is not a loudmouth, show off, opportunist, or know it all, but rather one who serves humbly. In fact, I am happy that I have the opportunity to serve in the place that I'm at, I'm employed at. You know, and I reverently do this in the fear of God because I represent the kingdom of God. I seek to serve in excellence, the spirit of excellence, and I have applied all of that when I do my job. Now, 1 Thessalonians 4 and 11 says, study to be quiet and do your own business. And sometimes it's hard for us to study to be quiet because we want to complain about what other people are doing, what other people are not doing, or you're doing this for one person versus what you're doing for me. And sometimes, and I want to remind you, there was a man who brought his child to Jesus, and this is the kid that was, either he was foaming at the mouth, he was in the water, and he's in the fire, he's going through all kind of stuff. And he brought the kid to the disciples, and he said, could you pray for my child? And they huffed and they puffed, and they still couldn't get it done. And Jesus came and said, how long must I be with you? And then Jesus prayed the demon out of the child. And the disciples came to him later and said, why could we not do that? Why could we not, cast that demon out? Now, before I give you the answer, there's another story in Matthew 10 and 6 and 15 in Matthew 15 and 21. And it talks about there was a woman who came to Jesus whose daughter was grievously vexed by the devil. And Jesus told them not to do something. Then he turned around and did what he told them not to do. He told them not to do something. Then he turned around and he did what he told them not to do. I need you all to get the Jesus mentality, right? Because you got people in your room that you tell them not to do something because the truth of the matter is they can't. So the lady who was grievously vexed with the devil, said, Lord, even the dogs eat the meat, eat the crumbs from the master's table. Because he said, it's not good to give the meat unto the dogs. She said, even the dogs eat the crumbs from the master's table. He said, in all that faith I never seen in Israel go this day, your daughter is healed. So my point to you is, a lot of times when you get assistants in your room and it don't seem like they're doing what they need to do, you study to be quiet and you do your own business. And your own business is to make them better. Your job is to take the person who's in the room with you and make them better and not keep reminding of them that they can't do the job or they're not good or they're not this. So if you serve in quiet dignity, you have to know how to build people up. So the boy who was in the fire and in the water and he had epilepsy and they couldn't get the demon off of him, and the woman who had the daughter who was grievously vexed with the devil, and he said, you told us not to come this way, but you here and you're dealing with this woman. And the Bible says that Jesus said not a word. But after it was all over, they said, well, why did you do it and you told us not to do it? On both occasions, Jesus said, you just didn't know how. And a lot of times people don't know how to do things, but you don't recognize that. You just know they didn't do it. Hey, I need you to go in here. I need you to follow the schedule. I need you to, make sure you label everything. I need you to be at this time, be time consistent. Because, it is hard to have time management. A lot of us don't have good time management. We late all the time. We miss stuff all the time. We forget all the time. But, you have to study. You have to study to do your own business. And a lot of times you can't do your own business because you're too busy talking. So the Bible says study to be quiet. Because if you be quiet, you can focus on what you're supposed to be doing. So when the children are sleeping for a couple hours, you can be doing modules. You can be disinfecting your room. You can be putting your board up. You can be putting new resources in your CDA book. You can do all them things. Serving in quiet dignity is the opposite of serving with a spirit that is chaotic and disorderly, argumentative, and displaying actions that are sinful, needless, and self-serving. One who serves in quiet dignity demonstrates behavior and a posture that is composed, watchful, and prayerful. They avoid actions that would be disruptive to the quietness and the appropriateness of what you're doing. Being exalted is never the highest ambition of those who have given themselves to the ministry of servanthood, but rather the greatest reward is the knowing that they have been given opportunity to glorify God through the ministry of serving others. When we get to the point that we have the ministry of serving others like these children, you can't get no better than that. God has put you in a position to be a blessing to other children, to be a blessing to Caroline and Spencer's ministry, their business. My bishop said, the Lord said, give you the church. I said, Bishop, I'm the prophet. I did not hear that. He said, who's your leader? I said, you are. He said, do what you're told. So after having 7 members and wondering how we're going to pay bills and pay assessments and do everything else in the church, the Lord gave me the daycare. I wasn't smart enough to come up with the daycare. In fact, I didn't get smart till after I got to church. And the Lord began to help me in making it, what it needs to be. And because I followed leadership and because I was able to serve and I appreciate serving. So, I'm about 25 years in, coming up. And let me tell you, I done touched millions of dollars because I was humble enough to serve. And did I have some complaints? Absolutely. But the complaints was because I didn't understand the process. Once you understand the process, you don't have no complaints. So in all thy getting, get an understanding. Learn these questions. Learn this business. Serve with quiet dignity. Because dignity is something that you always is going to be quiet with, right? So there's a lot of things in the Bible that talks about Elisha and Phoebe, Phoebe, and that would they just tells you the dignity that they served in. There's other places in the Bible, uh, never never to be quick tempered, never to be self-willed, never to give into wine, right? Be apt to teach. All these things. Don't be a brawler. Be gentle, right? Rule their own house as well. The ministry of servanthood, we rule our house well. I told you all from the beginning, if you can operate your room with excellence, whenever you decide to walk away and start your own business, if that's your desire and then that's the will of God, you'll be successful. So I just wanted to say that, take a break while she was giving that. I heard you guys have got 20 of them right. How many is it? 20? How many is it now? 25. And see, the more that you get these in your spirit and the more that we do them and we be diligent at what we're doing, again, we will make copies and we will send this to you all. You may be able to pull it up out of this chat. Or if she got everybody's, right, hopefully you got it in the group email, then we can send it to the group email and everyone can get it. But we want to make sure that you all learn, these, as you listen to it. Maybe it didn't happen in your class, but I still know. As you listen to it and hear the different scenarios that you hear. Maybe it didn't happen in your class, but you'll know. But if it ever come your way, whether it's in your class or just in everyday living, you'll know what to do. I see these examples in the grocery store. I see them in, going to the mall. I see kids acting rudely with their parent. Yelling, screaming, fighting, falling on the ground, cussing, hitting, biting. And while I'm walking and I'm looking at them and I said, what do I supposed to do because I'm a mandated reporter? A lot of times I go and try to settle the situation in such a manner that the mother is not offended and the kid is accepted. But if I didn't know what to do, I would walk over there. But since I've been doing it for a long time, it's sort of easy for me just to walk into it. So I just want to encourage you all on today. Don't take, serving in quiet dignity or serving in dignity for granted, right? When you're talking about there's a wrong solution to a universal problem, right? So we, people that people don't want to serve. They want to be served. I think Jesus said something to the fact that he did not come to be served, but he come to serve. And most people want to be served. We're not trying to reach to the top to exhort our authority. But we give ourselves, in our lives as we're someone that helps serve others. And then, I'm in this business for the good of all people. That's why I became a CDA trainer. Because I wanted you to understand it in a different way. So, any questions? I'm listening. Okay. Remember, it's never about you. It's never about you. Any questions? Yes, no? Y'all still there? Roll call. Beck, any questions? Cindy, any questions? Maddie? We serve a faithful God. He promises to bless us, and it's impossible for God to lie. If you serve faithfully, if you serve without selfish motives, and serve with a pure heart, if you serve in quiet dignity at a time you least expect it, according to his word, blessed shall you be in the city, blessed shall you be in the country, blessed shall you be when you come in, and blessed you shall be when you go out. The Lord will cause your enemies who rises up against you to be defeated before your face. They shall come against you in one way and flee before you several ways. The Lord will command the blessing on your storehouses, and in all of you which you set your hand to do, He will bless you in the land. The Lord will open up His goodness to you and His good treasure, and He will bless all the work of your hands. You shall lend to many and not borrow, and God will make you the head and not the tail, and you shall be on the top and not the bottom. And I want to prophesy to you today that you are blessed. Walk in it like you blessed. Walk in it with dignity. Walk in it with the ability to be a servant. I come to serve, not to be served. So God bless y'all. I'm going to let y'all go forth. I'll be back. And I'm going to let Sister Candace finish. Amen. 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 Amen, y'all. Amen.
All right. So I don't know about y'all, but I needed that lesson. It's always nice to have words of wisdom um, to apply to our lives. So, next question. And just so y'all know, look, I'm going to show you how much we've gotten through. Can y'all see this? We have gotten through all of these. All of these. And we only have a very small amount left. So we are doing well. Let's keep pushing. Let's keep going. Let's meet our goal and be good. All right? So, children learn best when they A, are told what to do, B, are encouraged to actively participate and engage hands on experiences, C, are given specific materials to create an art project that looks just like the teacher's, or D, sit at the table and do nothing, or do an activity. Children learn best when they are told what to do, they're shown what to do, which would be C. Sorry, I skipped over B. Encourage what to do, shown what to do, or just sit at a table and do something. Children learn best when. I got a whole bunch of B's. Yes. Children learn best when they are encouraged to actively participate and engage in hands on experiences. So, here's why children learn best when they are allowed to explore their environment through guided free play, open ended activities, and hands on experiences. I don't know about you ladies, but I like to see my kids engaging with each other. I have a lot of my preschoolers love to build. So I had them build castles and houses, and it was the most amazing thing to watch them create. And they did an amazing job watching them build castles that were tall, short ones, stuff with layers, just different things. I forget what we were working on that lesson plan time, but it was really cool. So if you watch your kids learn, you'll be surprised what you see. All right, next question. Maddie, you ready? I forgot my screen is delayed. You ready? Okay, perfect. Young children develop behavior patterns as they age. Which of the following is a characteristic of mobile infants ages 9 to 17 months? So 17 months is almost a year and a half. Okay. Sorry to get my math right. Um, is it A, to develop their own individual routines and rituals in order to feel safe and secure? B, they may have difficulty separating from family members, even in the if the caregiver is familiar and trusted. C, begin to establish patterns of sleeping and waking, or D, begin to develop areas of competency. Which of the following is a characteristic of mobile infants ages 9 to 17 months? Is it A, develop their own individual routines? B, have a difficulty separating from family members, even if the caregiver is familiar and trusted? Is it C, begin to establish patterns of sleeping and waking? Or D, begin to develop areas of competency? Which of the following is a characteristic of mobile infants? Do I need to explain this one a little bit more? Mobile infants characteristics 9 months to 17 months. Characteristics meaning their personality, not necessarily the motor skills of it, but the personality wise, a part of their behavior patterns and how they develop. I'll read the question, the answers again. Develop their own individual routines and rituals in order to feel safe and secure. They may have difficulty separating from family members, even if the caregiver is familiar and trusted. C, begin to establish patterns of sleeping and waking, or D, begin to develop areas of competency. I have a D with a question mark, and I have another D. Sydney and Beck, what do you say? This one is kind of tricky in my mind because I'm thinking about developing behavior patterns. I'm also thinking about mobile skills, but that I thought wrong. So this answer surprises me actually. D. All right. So this answer is actually B. May have difficulty separating from family members even if the caregiver is familiar. Why? Very young children, ages birth to 8 months, begin to establish patterns of sleeping, waking, eating, and socializing. Mobile infants, ages 9 to 17 months, may have difficulties separating from parents, even when caregivers are well known and trusted. Toddlers, ages 18 months to 36 months, begin to develop their own individual personalities and routines and rituals which make them feel safe and secure. Caregivers can anticipate these behaviors and support the children in their care. That is the answer to that one. All right. Next question. Next question. You realize there is no liquid soap. Uh oh. This happens. You realize there's no liquid soap in the bathroom. In the dispensers in the bathroom today. There is bar soap in the cabinet, but your director does not want the children using bar soap to wash their hands. What should you do? A. The children can wash their hands tomorrow. B. The children can wash their hands with only water today. C. Let the director know there is no liquid soap and that you'll be using bar soap instead. Or C. Have your assistant run out and buy liquid soap. Is no soap in the building. No liquid soap in the building. What do we do? What do we do? I got a couple of D's. Anybody else? I got three D's. I missed one. Princess, are you still with us? All right. So the answer is actually C. Let the director know that there's no soap. You'll be using bar soap um, until more liquid soap is provided. I'm going to give this answer, then I'm going to give my answer why I think that's gross. So, the director most likely does not want the students to use her soap as it can be, bar soap, as it can help spread germs when used by multiple children. However, it is better than no soap at all. Help the children lather with the bar soap and rinse between each hands and use warm water to lessen the chance of germs. So, all right, Princess, I'm glad you're here. I hear the answer, but I don't necessarily agree. I would probably have my kids use hand sanitizer. Bar soap is full of germs. You're putting on, like, I also have a nursing background, so bar soap is gross. If you ever look at it under a scope, it's disgusting. So, I probably would have my kids use hand sanitizer. That is not the answer, however, for this particular question. The answer is let them use it. Tell the director. I still think that's gross. So that's just me. All right. Next question. Which of the below would be a teachable moment? I feel like we did this. No, we didn't. Which is a teachable moment? The children find a cocoon on the playground. A. B. A student brings his seashells in from his weekend visit to the beach. Must be nice. C. A student receives stitches from a minor accident and wants to show you during circle time. Or D. All the above. Just terrible. We found a cocoon on the playground, which is pretty cool. More likely a butterfly cocoon. I love butterflies, so I probably go with that. A student brings in a seashell from the beach, must be nice. Or a student receives a cut and has stitches and wants to show the class, or all the above. Yes, it's all the above. Teachable moments can provide some of the best learning experiences for your students. If the children find a cocoon on the playground, take the time to explore cocoons, especially and if you are not already, share with them the life cycle of a butterfly. This could turn into a great lesson for another day. If a student does something special over the weekend or has an interesting event such as receiving stitches, it is a great chance to share information with students and expand their natural curiosity. I don't know if getting stitches is a great experience because I've had several in different places. It's not okay. But all right, next question. We only have a few left, ladies. We almost there. We only got a few left. You have several students whose families are from Mexico. Which of the following can you do to help encourage the families' involvement in the child's classroom? A. Speak only Spanish to the families. B. Speak only English to the families. C. Let them watch from the hallway. Or D. Ask the families if they would like to share any special needs, games, or traditions with the class. We have a family from Mexico, and we need to know which of the following could help encourage the family's involvement in their child's classroom. I got a D. I'm gonna go with D. I have a couple of families from Mexico myself, so I know a little bit of Spanish. I used to know a lot, but I don't use it very much anymore. A little bit. I can see a little bit. Well, we got D. Yes, the answer is D. Ask the families if they would like to share any special foods, games, or traditions with the class. Asking your families to share with your students is a great way to develop a relationship with them and show them you respect their individual cultures, traditions, and recipes. Your students will love the special activities and visitors. Listen, I love a good, authentic Hispanic Mexican dish. I used to live in Texas, and I have some friends who are from Mexico. And when I say I could eat an empanada all day, I probably could. So, enjoy culture. That's what this question is about. Next question. Joy brings his favorite toy to school. Many of the children want to play with the toy, but Joey is a student is reluctant. I'm sorry. Joey is reluctant to let them have a turn. What can you do to facilitate this situation for the kids? What we got? Is it A? Tell Joy to put the toy away. If he's not willing to share, he cannot have his toy either. B. Ask Joey to talk about his toy during circle time. He can pass the toy around so the children can see it. Ask him if he wants can bring the toy in tomorrow so the children can have a turn to play with it. Have the children sign up to play with Joey tomorrow. That's all B, by the way. C. Tell the children this is Joey's toy and he will share if he wants to. Or D. Don't allow children to bring toys to school. It creates a lot of problems. And you have plenty of toys in your classroom. So is it A, tell him to put the toy away? Is it B, ask Joey to talk about his toy during circle time and everybody gets a turn and he can bring the toy back tomorrow and everybody can sign up for it? Is it C, tell the children this is Joey's toy? Or is it D, don't allow children to bring toys to school? Got a couple of different answers on this one. I got 3 C's and a B. Maddie, your answer is correct. It's actually asking to talk about it. Here's why. And bringing the circle time. If you allow children to bring toys from home, it is best to have a procedure for assisting the children with the difficult task of sharing their beloved belongings. Have the children share their toy in a safe environment, such as circle time, so they understand they will get their toy back soon. Then set up a way to have them share. Helping your students learn to share is a big part of preschool experience. So basically, show and tell. Like, do a show and tell. I probably need to do that with my class because they like stuff like that. So, good ideas. Next question. Professional growth activities prepare educators with experiences for improving their work. A wide variety of options for professional growth are available, which is best described as a voluntary, non judgmental, and collaborative partnership between professionals for the purpose of professional growth. That was really, really meaty. So let me read this again. Professional growth activities prepare educators with experiences for improving their work. A wide variety of options for professional growth are available, which is best described, here we go, as a voluntary, non judgmental, and collaborative partnership between professionals for the purpose of professional growth. You ready? Is it A, formal education, B, on the job training, C, coaching and consultative interactions, or D, credentialing? What is a voluntary, non judgmental, and collaborative partnership between professionals for the purpose of professional growth? Why am I reading? This one is kind of meaty. Non voluntary, non judgmental, and collaborative partnership between professionals for the purpose of professional growth. A, formal education, B, on the job training, C, coaching or consultative interactions, or D, credentialing. Sorry. Okay, so Sydney says she doesn't understand the question. So what they're asking is this: in our field, our scope of practice, there's a million ways to grow, right? And they're asking what kind of what kind of voluntary, so something has to be voluntary, and meaning somebody has to want, like Pastor just talked about, somebody has to want to serve you. So that's the voluntary. Non-judgmental is I can say what I need to get it off my chest, or I can ask you all these questions, and the questions that I ask you don't think are stupid. Collaborative partnership between professionals for the purpose of professional growth. So I can go to Pastor and ask him a question about my classroom, and he will voluntarily give me a non-judgmental answer, if that makes sense. Did that help, Sydney? I got a few different answers. Princess, don't second guess yourself. Sydney, did that help? You're welcome. I hope I explained it well. Got your answer? Princess gave me two answers. She second guessed herself. Perfect. Yes. Okay. This is the correct answer: coaching or consultative interactions. When professionals share observations, provide feedback, sorry, provide feedback, demonstrate practices, or provide evaluations for peers, they are collaborating in professional development. Formal education usually includes a degree which has been earned before employment, although education can continue. Credentialing involves a professional agency which sets standards or qualifications necessary for professional acknowledgement. That was really wordy. On the job training can be conducted in conferences or presentations which with videos, live demonstrations, or manuals, discussions, and tutorials. So basically, it's good to have a mentor in any aspect of career that you're in. It's always good to have a mentor that you can shoot questions off of, you can vent to, you can and not feel like everything is gonna go everywhere. It's wonderful to have somebody in your corner who you can talk to about how to improve yourself, how to improve your class. Pastor is a really good resource. I know you guys are ladies are not here, but anything that you put in the text message group text message, if you have a question or anything like that, he can see. So if you ever want to get to him, and you have a question about anything regarding your CDAs or anything regarding your classrooms or just life period, he is a very good resource. So it's always good to have um, a mentor, counselor type person. So next question, we ready? All right. Before nap, you notice a little boy in your classroom. Sam feels warm. You take his temperature and you find he has a fever. What do you do? A. Let him take his nap. Chances are. Let me read this again. Sorry, ladies. What do you do when Sam has a fever? A. Let him take his nap. Children. Sorry. A. Let him take his nap. Chances are he will feel better after he gets some sleep. That's that cognitive um, thing I'm reading children, talking about children. Sorry. B, nothing. His mom picks him up right after nap. She can deal with it. C, put him in a quiet place away from other children and call his mom. D, give him some children's aspirin bring his fever down. I'm going to try it again. A, let him take his nap. He'll feel better after he gets up. B, nothing. His mom picks him up right after nap. She can deal with it. C, put him in a quiet place away from everybody else. Call his mom. Or D, give him some children's aspirin and bring his fever down. C, yes. Um, if a child has a fever, there's a chance he is contagious. Help him get comfortable in a quiet place in the room or with another adult who can help sit with him. Call his mom to let her know since he has a fever, he needs to go home. He should not return to school until 24 hours after his temperature has returned to normal. We also require a doctor's note. I don't know if you all do at Faith, but we require a doctor's note just in case, especially after COVID and all that happened. Like everybody needs to know that everybody's all right. So I'll add that. We're almost there, y'all. We are almost there. Living on the prayer, halfway there, more than halfway. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right. So, sorry, ladies. A very large tree branch has fallen down on your playground after a recent storm. It is partially blocking the swings. You should A, tell the children to stay away from the branch. B, use another outdoor or play space until the branch is removed. C, allow the students to use the swings that are not blocked as long as you are nearby. Or D, have the children sit along the fence while you and another teacher remove the branch. I'll read it again. A very large branch has fallen down on your playground after a recent storm. It is partially blocking the swings. You should A, tell the children to stay away. B, use another outdoor space. C, allow the students to still use the space as long as you're around. Or D, have the children sit along the side while you remove the branches. Give me just a minute. All right. Our answer is D. Perfect. 5 questions, ladies. Yay. All right. Use another outdoor play space until the branch is removed. Why? A downed tree limb is a safety hazard on your playground. The limb must be removed before the preschoolers can go and play safely. All right. Next question. Which of the following statements best describes setting up your room and materials to anticipate developmental needs? So we're talking about children with developmental needs. Is it A? When children fight over a toy, remove remove the toy from the room. Is it B? Have private areas for children where they cannot be seen. Is it C? Surprise children by adding new toys to the shelves and seeing if they find them. Or D, arrange your furniture to encourage running the classroom. I'm going to read that entire thing again because it threw me off. Okay. Which of the following statements best describes setting up your room and materials to anticipate developmental needs? Okay, I understand the question now. I'm sorry. Um, is it A, when children fight over a toy, remove the toy from the room? B, have private areas for children where they cannot be seen. C, surprise children by adding new toys to the shelves and seeing if they find them. Or D, arrange your furniture to encourage running in the classroom. This question is odd. Which of the following statements best describes setting up your room and materials to anticipate developmental needs? Got a whole bunch of C's. Okay, I got C's. The answer is actually arrange your furniture to discourage running in the classroom. I may have read that wrong. I feel like I would have got it right had I have read this differently. Um, arrange your furniture to discourage running in the classroom. You can do a lot in your classroom to best anticipate the behaviors and developmental needs of your preschoolers. Arranging the furniture in your room to prevent children from running from one end to another will help them to control their impulse to run in the room very fast. I'm sorry. I thought I did. That's why I had to read it again. I'm sorry, Princess. That's why I said, wait, I didn't read discourage. I went encourage. So we got it right if we say encourage, but it's actually discourage. We are discouraging, um, discouraging running in the classroom. I apologize. I'll put that on our good side because y'all got it right for that one, but it was my fault. All right. Y'all, we have 4 questions left. I'm proud of us. All right, here we go. Susan works in the classroom next door to yours. She has a 3-year-old girl in her class whose parents are going through a nasty divorce. During her break, she stops in to your classroom to discuss the latest incident with the child's parents. I'm gonna read again. Susan Susan works in the classroom next door to yours. So we got Susan, she works in the classroom next door. She has a 3-year-old girl in her class whose parents are going through a nasty divorce. So Susan has a 3-year-old in her class that's going through a divorce. Her parents going through a divorce. During her break, she steps into your classroom to discuss the latest incident with the child's parents. So Susan and is bringing you gossip basically. You should get all the information you need. You can, and you teach the 4 year olds. Wait a minute. Back up. Rewind. I feel like Willy Wonka. Scratch that. Rewind. So, do you do A? Get all the information you can. You teach the 4 year olds, and you will have this girl in your class shortly. B. Let Susan know you are not interested in hearing the details unless your supervisor feels they are necessary for the well being of the child. C. Tell Susan you want to hear it all, what she has to say, and you'll call her after work. Or D. Invite Susan to come back at nap time. You don't want to distract the kids from sleeping. So, do you A, get all the information you need because the baby's coming to your class in a little while? Do you B, tell her, listen, I don't want to talk about this? All right, we all got B. Good. Okay, so let Susan know you don't want to talk about it unless the director talks about it. Here's why. Even though you work in the center, unless you are directly involved in the care of the child, you must refrain from discussing her personal details, thus maintaining confidentiality. We all have been there. All right, next question. Which of the following activities will help promote phonological awareness? Which of the following activities will help promote phonological awareness? Do I know what phonological awareness is before I read these answers? Basically, phonics. Which of the following answers basically is showing us about phonics? Here we go. Bouncing a ball while counting to 10. That's A. B. Painting at the easel. C. Playing with dinosaurs. Or D. Finding all the letter B's on each page of the story. Okay. No, explain. Okay. So, I don't know if it's delayed. I don't know if you all heard me. But, um, basically, like, what is, I explained it. Sorry. I read phonics. So basically, we're talking about what is how do we know our kids are learning phonics? What's the visual and audio of knowing that our kids know about phonics? Phonics awareness, basically. Phonological is a big word for it. Um, Phonics it goes with words. So I don't know if you all did that when you were kids, but we did things like cat, cat. Cat starts with C. Apple, apple. And then the sounds that apple makes. The sounds that A make, the sounds that C makes, so that they understand the different sounds of one letter can be different. I don't know if you all do that. Change your answer to D. Okay. Anybody else? Does that help explain? Sydney, you have B or D. Beck, you got D. Princess, you have B. Oh, okay. You see, you changed your answer to D. Okay. Sydney, I need you to make a answer off of what I just explained, if that helps. So basically, we are taking a letter of the alphabet and we are um, working on the sounds of it and what words go with it. Perfect. D it is. Finding the letter B's on each page of the story. That is our answer. When you read a story to the children, have them find the letters of the week on each page and make the sounds of the letter to promote phonics. I won't use the big word, but to promote phonics. Great. We all learned something. Cool. Next question. As children develop over the year, you should provide them opportunities to be successful by A. Reading to them, B. Knowing their names, C. Providing materials that become increasingly more challenging over the year, or D. Providing playground experience every day. We are challenging our kids. As children develop over the year, you should provide them with opportunities to be successful by A. Reading to them, B. Knowing their names, C. Providing materials that become increasingly more challenging over the year, or D. Providing playground experience every day. Great, I have C. That's my answer too. Wonderful. Providing materials that become increasingly more challenging over the year. As children develop and gain skills, their choices in classroom materials should grow and become more challenging to reflect their growth. So basically, we want to make sure that our kids are learning and that they're applying it and that we can move from 1 plus 1 to 10 plus 10, and we know that they are developing across the board. So wonderful. Guess what, y'all? This is the last one. All right, here we go. Which of the below activities will help increase phonological awareness? So basically, phonics. Here we go again. Is it riding a scooter on the playground? Is it B, climbing the ladder on the side? Is it D, playing a letter machine game? Or is it C, wearing all green on Green Day? Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. We are back to which activities below will help increase our phonics awareness? Riding a scooter on the playground, A. B, climbing the ladder on the slide, C, playing a letter matching game. I think I said the wrong thing, sorry. Or D, wearing all green on Green Day. Perfect. Our answer is C. When children are learning about letters and beginning letter sounds, a good activity to reinforce letter sounds is having children match letters. Beginners will match capital letters, while more advanced learners can match the capital letters with the lowercase letters. So we have in my class, in my preschool classroom, we have a flip chart. I don't know if you ladies have flip charts, but we have a flip chart. And the flip chart works wonders because it really helps them see things on a bigger scale. And they actually can, like, recognize the letters a little bit better because it's big and it's just easier for them. So, we, uh, mhm. When we do circle time, we use that and we use the individual flashcards so that they can understand. And we do sounds, and we're working on sight words and all of those things. All right. Does anybody have any questions at all? I have to put all these back in order now, but it's okay. Anybody have any questions? Any questions about anything we've gone over? Anything that we need to go over for the competency statements? I believe Pastor has explained that, but if you ladies have questions, I know it's getting late. It's 3:15, and we usually are out a couple of hours before, but we have to go over this stuff because we'll be having our test soon. Thank you. I hope I was able to explain everything. Oh, you're welcome. Listen, I don't know much, but what I do know, I'll share. You're welcome. All right, we are finished. Don't forget your competency statements. If you have not, please put your email in the group chat so that I can send these sheets out. I don't have the answers circled, but the answers are at the bottom. So, I mean, we use these for every class, so I don't circle the answers, but the answers are at the bottom. Um, and just make sure that you go through them. Um, don't forget about our book, things we need to finish reading for chapter 3, environmental learning. Also, don't forget to don't forget to put your email address in the thing. So you ladies can get in the Okra. Please make sure that you put your PIN number and your OPIN and your email address in the group chat in text messages. Okay, so that I can be sure to get everything that we need. All right. Other than that, I think we're good. Um, I don't have a message from the good Reverend, so I'm gonna pray us out. Um, I'm gonna pray us out. Father, we thank you for allowing us this time together, Lord. We thank you that you have given us your knowledge about how to deal with your children. We ask you, Lord, that you touch our minds, bring our thought processes together on one accord. Help us, Lord, to know that this is not about us, but it is about being a servant. It's about the children that you've entrusted us with. Help us, Lord, to be able to um, recognize that we are um, in their lives for a temporary moment, but the things that we do are permanent. So we just ask that you be with us throughout this week. We ask that you nourish our minds with your word, touch our hands and our minds, our eyes and our ears, so that we can do your will. As we leave this place, never from your presence, we ask that you go with us and go before us. We love you, we adore you, we acknowledge you in Jesus' name. Amen. Y'all can say amen on here, say amen at home. And again, we'll be scanning this stuff over, but don't forget to put your stuff in. Any other questions? No questions. All right, ladies. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend. It is beautiful outside. I plan on enjoying the rest of my day. So y'all have a good one. My now 5-year-old, she's turned 5 like 3 days ago. She said bye. Have a good night.